Hold on. I'm going to... no. So does my stream work? Actually, I'm not sure. Does it work? Hello? Drei, zwei, eins. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. No, I won't. Oh my god, it's getting worse and worse. Stop. Huh? What are you talking about, you asshole? No, it's not broken. I'm... Right. Do you? And everyone else. Yeah. Really? So that means that... So not even like Gavin knew that? It's so böse. Damn. Break the targets.
Raccoon Mario. Target.
Oh, look, the text-to-speech works again. Hello, Raccoon Mario. Look at this. Whoopsies. That's bad. No. Mr. Nick. Ding. Wow, great. Actually, no, I cannot do that. Sorry. Okay, I'll turn off the microphone, then I turn off the stream, and I turn off the keyboard, and I turn off the mouse, and I turn off the fart machine, and I turn off the chicken, and I turn off the So, did you read this actually? Okay. Battle Royal? Oh, the judge is also here? All rise! Hell, look, there's even people, like, joining, apparently. Hold it! Hold it! Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Ha! This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. I'm already roasting. Damn, like... Oh. What did you say? Wait, actually, is this actually the robot saying, or the aura? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of UR1 incident, in which the prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in an odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover it for someone else. I'm sorry, Riot, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sachs on the count of murder in the first degree. Wait, what? Look, oh my god, look how...
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have.
What, he's British?
For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Yeah. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. Where did you go? Where did you move? Where did you go?
Carry 0294. It's indict by the wire. Carry 0294. Way.
What? What?
Carry 0294. I can't hear Taro.
Why you can't hear Taro? Ah! Why can't you hear Taro? Oh, whoops. Fuck home! But it works though. Oh wait. Fail.
Ja,
Now it works.
ja, Achtung, baby. Achtung, baby.
So, nobody could hear me, you idiot! It's going to be
They
hard to
can't hear.
convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself.
Oh my god!
Carry
his hair is
0294.
gone.
Now I can
I
hear
don't have a
them.
choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy.
This is like a double mission. Save 2 people.
Well, it was the judge. He is the spy. Well then, Chief
It will be
Carry
biggest-
0294. What's Achtung mine?
What?
That would
Why'd
be
you
the
say that?
biggest. That would be the biggest plot twist in Ace Attorney history.
Carry
What? He-
0294.
He's the
Mean
Phantom.
G's.
Phantom hourglass.
I guess. Huh. No need for Chief Prosecutor to bid, Your Honor.
Just a normal human
Connor.
being.
Achtung means
call me a
warning.
cunt?
Or
Did
careful.
you just call me a cunt?
No. I am here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Atcher. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
In all the trials I ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Oh, of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting.
Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in a robotics lab on the 4th floor.
Athena's mother.
Motherfucker. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1. Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2. This photo, which captured the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Indeed what? Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. You know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can be good for your back.
Oh, you're very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court, puppeteer, I see.
The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years.
New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway?
It's me!
Oh, it's him.
Wait, what? Bobby Fulbright the name, in justice we trust!
What are you doing here?
I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all.
That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother
Mr. Edgeworth, why are you showing me the middle finger?
Because you deserve it, Mr. Right. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And throughout her current actions are hardly lawful. I think we can at least hear her theory. I fear Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving the testimony based on these notes. Here I go.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What? Is this bad?
Yes, this is very bad. Simon isn't a murderer! He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene of that crime. They say
His voice
Simon
changed.
committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside the case was Athena Sykes.
Okay.
And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. Vaguely remember?
I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all differing sizes.
What? At least, at the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell living in the scene with the case. Again, another fucking photo.
I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video updated in the court record.
When can we watch it? We never watch it.
That case,
Well, it's
by
just
the
a
way,
photo.
was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds.
Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found?
In the toilet, crying.
She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in Sykes' family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give a proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi?
That is what evidence is saying. Yes.
I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl?
Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yeah, she's done it quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech and subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
Ugh. I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand an anguish of experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill
God,
her
look at
own
his
mother.
Look at his eyes. They're kinda, I don't know. He looks tired.
Well, I mean, it's been so long since he could even be in the game, I guess.
Ah!
Order!
Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
Oh.
or Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't... Simon isn't a murderer! He must try to cover for someone!
Hold it! So, Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else?
Yes, is precisely what
Aviation
Miss Blackwell
Liquidors.
appears to
In justice we
believe.
trust. Why our trial in destroyed courtroom?
And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright.
But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth.
So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expect no less.
Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. Oh.
I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder.
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why did you say so in the first place?
Objection!
Oh my god.
Objection!
You're the only one who screamed, "Hold it!" and cut me off.
Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit.
Honor Chu. Objection.
Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on.
Okay.
I mean, if you was to steal that moon rock, then why on the rolling case?
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it? But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken?
Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is the conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Read him now. So, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why.
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases?
Have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box.
Oh yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day.
A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me.
Actually, I would have liked to go too.
My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again?
Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside the case was Athena Sykes. Oh shit.
That's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility.
Really? In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case?
I think it was the moon rock.
What?
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Maybe it just felt like it. Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Really? Huh. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Look, they used
Well, Mr.
exactly
Wright,
the
can
sprites. Like, the sprites,
Oh. Yikes, give a guy some time to think.
Really?
Let's see, should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case?
Don't bluff.
I guess I'd better wait and see how it goes.
Oh.
It It's a clever theory, but it doesn't look like they have any solid proof. If I push, maybe I can uncover some flaws in it.
And that means
Well, now I have to bluff there, I guess. I want to see what happens.
Hold it!
Hold it!
Objection!
Carry 0294. Hold it.
Objection!
Objection! Objection. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. It was the ghost Taro. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
I'd be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is.
This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now.
So he's basically just hoping not
Alright
to
then,
get
Mr.
caught.
Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
Well, this thing?
wait.
See,
And why
look
is
how...
it bloody? It's so...
Don't you want to compare with the other photo again before you click?
I mean, that's the first thing that sprung to mind. This thing there lying there. What is that? Is that part of a robot?
It looks like it, yeah.
Well, there's a thing on the ground.
Take that!
Please notice that there's a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
Oh, you do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture.
Objection.
But it's just a piece of junk! How important could it be?
Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which,
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Ahem, Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from the robot there?
Oh, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moonwalk and a robot arm.
But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in the bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
No, I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of this technologically illiterate type. Yes, I roasted you there. When did you become such an expert? I feel, somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines.
Right.
But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to.
Which color was the arm again? Was it red? It was a red one.
Look, right there, see?
But it's
That's it.
orange.
But look, it has the bandage.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, for me, this is red.
The robot in this picture is named Ponko.
Light red or
Look at
something.
Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake! It reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
On the cord! What do I say? What's good at
Carry 0294. It was Ponka's arm.
Hey! What do you
Guilty.
have to this?
Darius, guilty.
I can see that
Guilty.
the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball.
But you can disassemble them.
Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit
Yeah,
in
what
there.
if you disassemble him? Then it will fit it. Or
The
not?
case does comes up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her or compacting her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case.
Yeah, appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in the flesh. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the tail where the robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
Wow.
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman, as a varmin of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that
Objection.
the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can mean?
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana.
Damn.
Most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet.
Not hearing this.
Therefore, that was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder.
Oh
my God, his
my
head is
head,
gone.
my head, my body. Where am I? Oh.
Order! Order in the car!
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Photo of the
crime
room.
updated in the court record.
Really? Oh my god.
What if this whole thing was just an accident, you know? She was on the operating table and the machine got accidentally switched on and the machine tried to dismantle her body.
So
Wow.
that could be a possibility.
Is this a hardcore theory? Hardcore?
Oh, no, you skipped it.
It's so bloody, man.
Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer,
Objection.
proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
What? What?
Actually, autopsy report updated, motherfucker. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot.
Alright. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight.
As the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried
Carry
from the scene.
0294. I'm with Taro. I think it was an accident.
No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
What? But Parker and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that cage.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry a Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been on a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have an opportunity to voice my own theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. And now I'm smug again, thanks to the defense.
Sure. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time, like every fucking court case ever.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if he were holding something.
Yeah, of course.
Or someone.
Wouldn't you see it?
That's hardly evidence.
I have proof. The shirt coat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found in front of it, and the stain had highly distinct shape.
A bloodstain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
I like how this is still here after 7 years. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there's only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for
Carry
her.
0294. You'd see Athena's legs, dummy.
Oh,
She
wait.
always wore these.
Wait. It's the
Always
other
was.
character now. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Analysis showed that the bloodstain to be in the exact
Wow.
same shape as these
Wow.
headphones. In other words, this and was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Blackwell carried Miss Sykes and who had been hit by a splatter away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Wow, great.
Oh no! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer.
I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective full of shit. Was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case.
But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
A robot witness! Ah!
Order!
Order! Order in the court! How many times do I have to say this? Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
That's fucking retarded, man. Huh. Mr. Wright has called a manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. In fact, I just gave up on life, to be honest.
There you go. I will allow the witness. Bailiff! Please tell me the robot named Ponko!
Ponko Pop.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness! My name is Ponko! Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not! I'm Ponko! Say it with me! Ponko! What an utterly inflexible little robot.
You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Also, do you notice how Atrof looked like an emo there?
Yeah, I know, right?
Haha! You remember my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious!
Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions! You have questions! Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Midas Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in a robotics lab. Certainly, just one moment. Searching data.
Nothing.
Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. Oh, well. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all.
This is great! I just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
What is testimony? I don't know what that is. Well, what I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Meatus. And then Mommy Meatus fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then error occurred. There is no dead after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So what are you suggesting?
The witness's statement need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but
Yes, what this witness's statement are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment.
Carry 0294. Interpreted.
What?
Interpreted. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. I think they're usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see, murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I'm recharging, I go
Carry
to sleep
0294.
mode,
Interpret.
but I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and a valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
Ha! I see you haven't changed. You never were the one to worry about it wasting time.
However, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
Oh.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be.
Interpret. What I saw? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Hold it! Oh.
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder? That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Effina came in and hugged my mommy Meatus. Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Atrof took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. Huh. If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper.
Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague.
It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? Bitch. I am not a bitch! I am Ponko! And then Mommy Meatus fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Meatus was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart?
Mr. Rudd, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Oh, that you meant? Oh, I already see the contradiction.
What?
mean, wasn't her heart directly stabbed? So if she was stabbed, her heart wouldn't be pounding at all.
Do you say the autopsy report?
Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there.
Remember if the autopsy report said
They
that?
detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see, the moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know, I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I am very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot has decided to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy made his heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now?
Never mind.
Nothing particularly important, I guess.
Nothing personal, kid.
So what happened after that, Ponko?
After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. Hold it! Oh.
Prosecutor Blackwell? I wonder what he went there for.
His objective? I don't know. I don't know.
I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate.
I don't know.
So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived?
And then an error occurred. There is no date after that point. Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if...
All data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that. The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart.
Exactly, we can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled.
Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer.
Yes, that's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer.
When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she now is still able to give testimony about the events of that day.
Fascinating. It's as if she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns.
There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Ashraf chose to interpret Hugged as stabbed. But I'd better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena, I'm going to save you!
Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit!
Hold it!
Is this Turbo?
Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony.
Very well. Uncle, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Oh, great.
She's a girl?
Bobby Mattis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Hold it!
Hold what? I don't know what to hold.
There are two round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean?
The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. The hanging scroll was Mommy Mita's prized possession!
Okay, and the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there's definitely a hanging scroll in a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with this statement?
I know it's coming. Oh!
What? What's coming? You can't.
Nothing. No.
Did you find a new lolly to fab to?
No.
Oh.
Well, there's a scroll and, yes. The moonwalk was, no. You said that there's the scroll and nothing special.
There's a red dot on the scroll. That means it's a hidden microphone by the spy. And the spy is coming from Russia.
Wasn't...
Well, I mean, it says
Yeah.
it says that you fell down where the window is, but if you look at this photo, it's not near anywhere there. That's a contradiction. Like, see, it's supposed to fall down here, not here.
Well, looks like it, man.
So
But I
somebody
still
actually,
think, the heartbeat thing is the most important one.
We didn't check the autopsy report. It says the autopsy report anyway.
It said that she died instantly. Look, so her heart must have stopped instantly, which means she wasn't stabbed when she was hugged.
yeah, but this is also contradictory. Like this, like if she
Yeah.
fell down, she wouldn't fall into the chair.
Think about this is the question now. Where she did fall down.
She fell onto your lap, PM.
Oh, that's.
They're not asking if the heart stopped. No.
Objection!
If she did.
Your heart will stop soon, PM. Ponko,
No.
your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy.
Just to be sure. Let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. Crucial SSDs. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what.
The defendant moved the body.
The victim moved. She was still alive, I would say. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Whew! I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of a little Ponko here.
Oh, great.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Oh, man.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say?
If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her.
Moved for her?
The
Miss
robot,
Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
the robot.
I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Who do you suggest moved the body?
Spider-Man.
Don't you know it is the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko. Huh? It's totally misspelled there, Miss Panko.
Looks
Maybe
like
got the
it.
name.
K.
Maybe he got the name wrong. Maybe Astro got
Miss
the name wrong.
Panko. Allow me to ask you a question. Hey, there is Panko! Say it with me, Panko! I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes! Yes, I did! Evan asked me to!
Oh my god!
Athena asked you to?
And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know! Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is!
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it! We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is!
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said.
So it would appear that Miss Panko here can identify what it moved. My name is Panko! But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
Atref just ignores her.
We do!
Well, I do, at the very least. Ugh. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. It's Panko!
Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know! Without an ID tag, I can't tell! Give it up, right. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept her jacket with her ID tag on it, draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
Destroy object. But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell if it was Dr. Sykes.
He's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood.
Wow.
Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well.
What? You can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the tale was like a magic book that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in the flesh. I was so impressed by what my mom did.
Oh, God.
I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
You can't possibly be suggesting...
This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time discrediting robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm.
But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. Oh,
No way! I refuse to believe it!
Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without trace...
Prosecutor Ansrath! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victims to the body operating table...
No! Don't say another word. Just stop! Don't be childish.
was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. Which makes...
That can't be. True!
Was she trying to fix her or something? Reassemble. Wait, and something broke. Great.
Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say!
Ashworth. She was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible? Huh. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. Motherfucker. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
Oh.
But dismantling isn't the table's only function, it can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her.
Huh. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
What do you mean?
Well, okay, if she got dismantled, wouldn't her body be more
Yeah.
destroyed? Like,
It's
that
possible.
makes no sense, really. After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation.
But...
But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. And the body was moved per the defendant's command. Those two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt remain unchanged.
this just can't be true.
Mr. Right! Why are you an emotional motherfucker right now?
Wow.
Evidence? Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Bitch. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Atcher's argument seems solid enough, but... There's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing.
Objection!
Ah!
Oh, it's this guy.
Prosecutor Blackwell!
Heh. This is quite a farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What am I talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we are listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind, not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Oh, of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please, go ahead.
"7 years ago,
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How catastrophic it was.
The little punker here witnessed the victim falling. In other words,
Objection!
I don't need any more of your utter words, old man. I can guess what happened.
which would be...
She fell, Smeej. She fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped.
Carry
Not that it
0294.
matters.
Cathartic.
When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred out of the time period Ponko described in her testimony?
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko to move heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying to even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond my redemption. Why don't you just let me go and I can settle down into hell? Ugh.
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If you don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the sticks. Hold it. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell.
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial if you have a counter-argument. Then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell! You selfish...
Oh, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will pronounce my verdict.
Oh my god.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago?
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save them.
No, I can tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. I demand a cross-examination.
Hold it?
Oh!
Where's coming this time? Oh my god.
It's a me, bitch.
And
Athena, what are you? Are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono! No need for your chiming here. Just accept that you're innocent.
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know?
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me.
No.
Again, this picture.
Crying.
He didn't kill her. He started screaming that he didn't kill her.
I mean, no wonder nobody took a shot. Look, they don't even have faces. They're all been scrubbed out.
Oh.
Deleted.
Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being hurt, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless.
You little girl! Ugh.
Caught in people's stare, so scared that it feels like your chest is in the vise. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer.
Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be.
Okay.
This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology.
This is my story.
This is my story. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years. And to face the truth. Ah!
Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not the man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
Whisper of the heart, no way.
I need to go to the toilet.
No.
Yes, it's also time to
Hold
swap
it.
too.
Hold
Yes.
it in. Hold it in.
No, I'm not.
the meantime, I can fix my couch again.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center and I didn't have a face! I needed to scream!
You say make a pause, but now you're doing that.
Yes, anyways. A little quick recess and we'll be back. And then it's PM's turn.
We're trying
Probably
to fix
whining,
something,
bitch.
yeah.
I'll be back.
Yes, we'll be back. And we're back. Wait, I couldn't even read that.
Did you read it before?
That's oh what? But we started again. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathedraling it was.
His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He steeled his will, as if he would never let his secrets be known.
I think that's the robot there talking, in the background there.
What? Yes,
It's that
of
robot
course.
talking, you know?
Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, and we are going to prove it.
But what was he trying to do that day? If we approach it from that angle, I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up.
I went to Cosmos Space Center with the intention to fucking murder. I already said this. But I killed her. Instead.
Why is he happy? I mean,
why is
wouldn't he be pissed because she is there?
It's Twilight. Wait, fuck, I didn't enter my thing. No,
Already, yeah.
my button was reversed.
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and I hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Well, that was
40%.
easy. Just now you said that you went to the space center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead?
I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
Gah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. You just have to keep chipping away at him, then bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss. So why am I here? I should be in prison.
Yeah, but not for this time. I went to the space cosmos and I fucking took a diarrhea dump.
Huh.
Didn't say diarrhea.
What are you doing? I already said this.
You said, yeah, but it's a bit, maybe it's a bit new.
No, it isn't. This is new.
You should read everything new. If it's
When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, when she's dead, I plunged to get dead.
Wasn't he happy before?
Yeah,
Now
he
he's
was
sad?
happy. That was sad.
The heart doesn't lie, not even Simon's. I can hear that he's trying to hide his true feelings, but they're seeping through away.
Thanks, that should help a lot. If Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, then there should be a
Then
contradiction
I'm the killer.
somewhere. Well, it's obviously his sadness.
yes, my button didn't work.
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness.
Carry 0294.
Why would
It
someone
was
who
Phoenix
had
Wright.
lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances.
Gah! He can't be talking about that, can he?
I was just a convenient subject for her research.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next room. Was Athena being subject to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was to wait and kill.
So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Mr. Wright,
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased.
What?
It went up? I've never seen her do that before.
Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony, as a matter of fact. He's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions.
There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me from these chains already.
Objection!
Just let me die! Please!
No, I don't think so. Not while
Please! Let me die!
Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first?
About emotions because you don't have to show anything there.
Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions.
Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
I heard crying from the next door. Of course I was worried. Info update. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in.
Angry.
I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
Why is he so angry?
Because
If you see an unusual or out of place emotion, just point it out.
But didn't the robot say Athena came in and hugged her mom and...
Is there really an inconsistency in his emotions though?
Well, we didn't try.
You could take a break and go back to looking for contradictory testimony.
Mr. Wright.
I still think I can
I
find an
kind of
inconsistency in his emotions. Let's press on.
Okay, but if you ever want to switch, I'm ready anytime.
I heard
Okay, he's
crying from
surprised.
the room.
And why is he surprised here? Oh wait, okay, it would make sense. Okay, we had this one before.
Okay, maybe it's the same statement again, and this time it's his anger. Why is he angry? Well, I don't know.
Well, that's a punishment, so I can try everything I want.
That was
Possible.
wrong. When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here.
I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright.
I think maybe you're right.
Let's take another look. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. Like this emotion.
But why is he more surprised as... What about this emotion, man?
Und jetzt kommen wir nicht schon wieder mit dieser Begegnung. Das ist im Pakistan.
'Got it!
'Cause 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 'cause
What the fuck was that? What the hell was
Kuro.
that?
How odd.
That was a high-pitched Kuro.
No, that was his old voice. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was... Punko. That toy figure attacked me.
What?
Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue
No.
Athena. What a big bullshit, holy shit. And he can say it in a straight matter. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it?
That's right. She ordered Punko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Punko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worth of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Oh my god!
So much noise, it's gonna be 200%.
It's 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time?
That's what.
I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Alright, let's give it a thorough check then.
With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door just then.
Hold it!
In for
Oh,
upward.
this is also updated.
Punko attacked me. I retailed by cutting it into pieces. While she was just kind of standing there, I guess. But before I could lead Athena out there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I reached to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Again.
If you find an inconsistent statement and present evidence to the contrary.
Is there really a contradiction in this testimony, though?
Mr. Wright? If you can't find any problem with his testimony, we could try his emotions.
I don't know if you find everything in the motions.
Let's just keep looking for inconsistencies in his testimony.
Okay,
Okay.
but if you ever want to switch, just let me know.
Why is he Dread now? Metroid Dread. Remember that game?
Yes, I remember that game. Where Samus
Really?
became Metroid. Literally.
Do we have a counter argument for that?
Well, check your court record.
Okay, this is probably not. We probably don't need this yet.
Well, I mean, it's already.
I mean,
it doesn't make sense because see, look, there's like blood on that arm or whatever it is.
first I read through the evidence.
Punko attacked me! Yeah, that was its noise.
Unless we don't have enough, maybe I'll check the thing again. Well, there's something we
that?
don't have yet. Let's try this.
Verwarnung.
Verwarnung. Verwarnung. Oh, that sounds
No,
like
it's
a...
Final Fantasy IX.
But actually, that
Okay,
also,
let me.
that also sounds like something out of Ace Attorney, like a very serious moment.
Oh my god. Okay, this was new. Let's see, he's angry and so it's still surprised. No, no. Ah.
Oh, what was that? Was that a reverse fart? What was that?
What?
That sounded like a reverse fart. Like, what the fuck was that?
I don't know.
Oh, is that Nokia? What the hell?
No! Sonic!
Sonic!
Are you just trying everything?
Yes, I'm just trying everything. Just in case there's something we don't have. Okay,
What? Halation per person.
yeah, do this already.
Oh, did Mario die?
Ich erzähl's keinem.
Ich erzähl's keinem.
What was that?
Oh, that was Brawl.
Maybe you need to present the weapon because it's not his weapon, was it?
But did he say something
Belonged
found
to
out?
the victim. So
Well, he said something from he grabbed a katana.
Yes, he did grab one, actually.
So the katana is not
Luigi!
the victim's blood.
oh my goodness.
Dann erzählen Sie mal weiter.
Dann erzählen Sie mal weiter.
Wonder if it's not, probably it's not set anymore.
That was Tails again.
What? That's the sound from Bakabon.
What?
The anime. There's the, you know, this stock sound is woo. Well, I can't do it very well, but
Wait.
I think it's also in SpongeBob.
Just try to find this statement again. Bonko.
What is that recording now?
I think that it sounded like something from Brawl.
No, I'm blowing into the microphone for some reason.
I don't know. It makes
What was
sense.
that recording?
Objection!
Never sworn.
Prosecutor Blackwell, your statement is inconsistent with this evidence.
And what's your opinion, Chief Prosecutor? As always, I'm afraid the only thing that is logically inconsistent here, wait for it, is Mr. Wright himself.
In that case, as always, I will give Mr. Wright a penalty.
Gah! Alright, what should I tackle first this time?
It's just for emotion. What should be there, what isn't, I don't know.
Whoa!
Get out of here, you stupid mother!
God, that was terribly recorded with a microphone. Oh my god.
Oh ja, jetzt geht es rund. 2 in den Arsch, einen in den Mund und vielleicht noch ein paar in die Nase.
What the hell? Is that
More
another
partying.
recording?
Yes, another microphone recording.
Well, I mean, I guess at the...
Yeah, back
At the-
then, you know, that was the easiest way for me.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Record.
me too. I also did that. Before I had internet, what I had to do, I had to put my MP3 player that could also record. I put it up next to the TV and I played the soundtrack.
Yeah.
That was the best way to do it.
PM gets extra time because he's taking so long on
Yeah.
his statement.
What, extra time?
Yes.
What at minus time? Where you don't...
Dude.
I'm thinking right now.
What was that music? Holy shit.
Anarachu. That looks like a bloody dentist visit.
I mean, it kind of does, yeah.
What?
And Nira says that, you know, that photo of she being dead on that chair, it looks like some bloody dentist visit.
Lol.
What was that? Welcome. It looks like... Is that... I thought that was like a click and play something. Yeah, that is spooky.
I think I see something.
Do you?
So listen. I think I saw something, but I'm not sure.
Oh, that's the original, except without.
Look.
Without the.
Yeah.
Poop. Pogo attacked me.
Can I say something?
No, just do it.
Nah, I said.
Just do
I said, look, he has his jacket on here. You see it, right?
Och, Menno.
But here on the video, he doesn't have it anymore. Now where does it? No! Ah!
That was also recorded. So yeah, that was my opinion.
Yes.
I mean, isn't his jacket here wrong? I mean...
What do you mean it's wrong?
Look, it's white down there.
Maybe you should look it up, Dario.
Yeah. No. No. I said here. He doesn't have it anymore down. There's no...
Yeah, but I
said the
I don't think Phoenix Wright is supposed to see this image.
What?
I think that's just an example image of how it looked like.
Als sie mich angespritzt haben, wurde ich so richtig gay. Von da an
ja.
schloss ich den Job und gründete
Das ist
die
interessant.
Die Gay Police soll dafür sorgen, dass alle schön gay bleiben und dass es bald nicht zu gay wird.
Okay.
Später traf ich dann Valuigi, der mich so richtig durchnahm. Wir schlossen uns zusammen. Nun leben wir glücklich zusammen und ficken den geilen kleinen Koopa an.
Koopa?
And then it just ends. I mean, I also don't see anything that could be, you know. How about the sadness? Why is he
Wait.
not sad? Why is he
Scroll
not
through.
sad?
You failed.
Oh. Shit.
Wow!
I don't want... Man. Go to the things again. Wait, no, I will be... Maybe he's supposed to be, angry. Wait a minute, are you stupid? See, look. Just pinpoint the surprise. Why is he surprised that the fucking robot is killing him? I did this before. I did this before, but you probably didn't look at all. Technically tried everything in the emotional way. Sad. Actually, no, it doesn't make any sense.
Oh my goodness, it was mega loud.
Actually, maybe we should go to the testimony. I don't think you find anything here.
Well, we found this. I know it's this statement, but I'm not sure what to put.
How do you know that it's this statement? Did you look it up?
It's the only one who got updated, man. It's got updated before he got one of
you know,
noise.
he's surprised. He's surprised that the robot tried to kill him. Actually, go to the testimonies. Go to the testimonies, man. I want to read that again. Princess Peach!
There's no contradiction here at all.
Okay.
Luigi. Wario.
Wait, hold on.
Still, it's the only one who got updated before.
Check the photo.
what?
There's a photo. Yeah, this one.
Which photo?
The one. Yeah, this one. Yeah. See, look, the robot was already dismantled there.
Was this before the crime?
I mean, the Punko's arm, if he dismantled, why does the arm have blood on it? That makes no sense.
Oh.
Objection!
That was like the longest thing ever.
Let me think.
Compounding
my problem.
lies with
It's
more
my problem if I
lies
take too
is
long.
Never the answer.
It's not your
Prosecutor
problem,
Blackwell. Take a look at this photo.
Oh, that's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? Isn't it?
We're still without God. It's the good thing.
How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin?
The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it? So then it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? But that couldn't be!
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies!
Ah!
Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now!
You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. His penis! I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Ah! Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door, and then... Info update. I saw it! That terrible scene! But before I could lead Athena out there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor! And,
This voice, it hurts to even listen to it.
yeah, it hurt so much that it blue screened her computer.
He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years.
And the root of it all is sitting somewhere in his testimony, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright.
Please!
Well, all emotions are, you know.
Wait, go to the second one again? Terrible scene? What terrible scene?
Oh,
Now, that's a good question, huh? Athena.
I guess Athena, because that's the only terrible thing.
Maybe you have to point to her. Maybe she got raped by the robot.
That would be that would be fucking horrible.
You opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
Ugh. You should know better. I know it's pathetic. I admit it. I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright! Is this an anime? Oh, shit. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Oh my God." I think that's her.
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking... What?
this is out of scroll.
I'm
So I'm taking
taking
her
up.
to the operation table to fix her.
That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
Oh!
Oh. Well.
Oh! Oh! No! Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating!
I try to take my mother apart. I...
Carrie 0294. She tried to fix her.
Well, that sucks, man.
Carrie 0294. Question mark.
So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Athena!
As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's sure that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but... You dare cast appositions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people. But she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free from your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted the sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of your people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Wait.
Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew. Ugh. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame for yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case and held Athena close and visited the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge and trash chute and hid the case on the Space Center grounds.
It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
Halt!
No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that disagree with you?
I'm not. But this... Can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Athena.
it's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edger said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts.
It's so deep. Oh.
I admit my guilt. It's over.
Wait. We lost. Bye, guys. It's over.
Could I please be granted? Just one chance to tell everyone what I recall.
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What you say, Let's say you, Your Honor. Enlighten her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess?
Very well. And if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Ashford. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known.
Oh, so much chocolate.
Now I can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena.
Carry 0294. Kitty. Anirachu. Cat.
Prosecutor Blackwell will
Carry
be
0294.
cleared and the
Face
dark
with
age of
heart-shaped
law
eyes.
can come to an end.
You
Yes.
missed your life.
No, my cat came. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother! My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the way of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
Wow. Really? She remembers
Your
all
Honor,
this now.
please find me guilty.
I mean,
Objection!
look, there's
Objection!
nothing on the... Should there be also blood on the handle then? But there isn't any.
Yeah, actually, I dare say they're all memories that no one but the murdered would have.
I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Yes!
Objection!
Mr. Wright.
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright!
Mr. Wright! Why? I killed her, Dad! argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you would never change, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years?
Carry0294. She's not having it, lol.
No, she doesn't want. I won't stand for your childish
Hey, boy.
emotionalism. Getting in the way of the truth.
Focus on the game. Emotionalism. Oh god.
Emotionalism.
Don't lecture
Emotionalism.
me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
Black.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psych logs you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Wow. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence.
Oh, for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Either is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
It's already a contradiction. The handle isn't even bloody.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event, I can just tell.
If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now!
Well, then present the weapon, I guess.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle.
Again,
But please
all
focus on
after
the-
7 years, this is still on it,
Yeah.
apparently.
But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right!
You're kidding!
Oh my! Oh, I'm coming!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
That's where you wrong.
But she also said, there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore.
In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memory means?
Gladly, just give me a sec to think of something.
No, I
to
give
say
you
that
only 3
Athena-
seconds.
I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act.
What?
Think, Phoenix, think! Oh, it's this line again.
Yes.
What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean?
Well, wiped off, wouldn't you see that? So who is the defendant again? Athena Wyatt?
Yes.
A different weapon?
Hey, that's me.
Hey, that's me.
I mean,
Wow.
I mean, I want.
Oh my god. Now they're
Listen to me. I want
they're
to.
getting destroyed.
I want to say something. I want to say something. Enough disco, man. Enough. I want to. Are you done now with your beatbox? I mean, the first one wouldn't make sense. It would mean she did it. It would mean she did it or not.
She did what?
Of the weapon blood.
The weapon blood?
Yeah, it would mean she would be killed her or not if she wiped it off.
No.
Wait. Just wait.
But if she used a different weapon, then that means she killed her. It just means she used a different weapon. So that's also terrible.
Blood wiped off.
Auf dem Dildo sind keine Abdrücke.
But different weapon doesn't make sense. Well, let's try the first. I think it's
the blood was wiped off of the handle.
So, if it was Krog with the... man.
Uh-oh, I got the humph treatment.
So I was right with it down because of what?
I should have to explain the implication of your argument to you, right? But all your claim suggests is that Miss Sykes wiped the blood of herself in the vaccine.
I knew that.
Yes! I know that bluffing your way through things is your calling card. But your credibility phoned just now and told me to tell you to put a sock on it!
Yes, Daddy. What the fuck? Why did he say Daddy?
What the hell? Why did he say that?
Okay, enough mistakes.
What was that?
What the hell?
Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? Yes,
What are you up to this time?
Oh. This is it, Luigi.
Carry 0294.
Just
Well
the
now.
thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana, that much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be, exactly?
Right, of course he would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? No, Daddy.
How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did, because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say?
Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration. But there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something! There's a high probability that that was in the lab.
Really?
But I'm not gonna say it, you have to figure it out yourself. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Another blade, let me check the photos again. Katana.
Yeah, isn't it that robotic arm there? I mean, why is there blood on it?
Or the Schraubendreher, lol.
Could also be.
Remember, if you look at this photo... Oh wait, this isn't... Look, what is this on the ground? Like a Werkzeug thing. Don't say this will be the obvious. This will not be sure because this will be gay. I mean,
well, the knife. That's the only. You know.
No, it's not used for that.
That's on the current case, that knife.
Yeah,
No,
but
from the-
there. He's saying
It checked for blood already. It checked
another
for blood
blade.
already.
What kind of other blade do we have? It's the only blade we have, other than the
There
katana.
must be a blade. There must be a blade. Like I said,
Look,
the guy
this
was
is
killed with
another
that.
blade.
No.
Other than the katana, this is another blade. This is the only blade we
they don't
have.
mean it like that. Don't mean it
Yes,
like
they
that.
do. 100%.
No.
100% they mean it.
Dario, I think he meant as a blade, he meant something else that can be...
Stab someone.
Yeah, like a tool, for example. Like PM said.
I don't know. I think it.
Look,
it
there's
means
a
that.
That
Schraubendreher.
blade
No?
wasn't
Whatever,
even
just-
relevant back then, that knife.
Yeah, but why do we still have it then?
It got checked there. It was the blood of the astronaut who got killed.
Yeah, but he's thinking of another thing.
Yeah. Blades.
Whatever. I say it's the knife. I say it's the knife.
Dario did smoke some weed.
I say it's the
Wait,
knife.
Dario, I will show you then. If you believe it's this. Look, it's wrong.
Oh.
Play parent case.
Oh. What did you say?
You just
Probably
didn't
It
even
just
think
said
about
right there. It said right there. Another blade.
Was this locked up?
Look at the crime scene photos again.
It said another blade. That's what he said. What kind of other blade would we have?
What?
Look, there's
It's
something.
nowhere to be seen
There's a box there with blades
Yeah,
in
but
it, I guess.
nowhere to be seen.
And we just need to go to a different path if we choose this.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Tarrant's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well.
What?
That's how it means.
Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
I'm pretty sure if you showed the picture of the toolkit, it would have also been correct.
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now.
Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
There's one missing.
You're right, don't see any kind of bladed tool.
I think it was too far ahead, I think.
Yeah, but look, see? That's exactly the one. Look, it makes perfect sense. It's exactly the one that is missing. So yeah, winner.
Right, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles?
Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
And what proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're the last person in the world who should criticize my aesthetic sense.
Oh no, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Oh, great.
Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Oh, I see that they do, but what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Huh. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics help you come up with?
Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Show the card then, if you would. What pattern design would see if we were rearranged the tools? And now you can show this thing again, I guess. I think.
Wait, give me a moment. A moment. Of course, if you put it in, this will be... It's the middle part or something. What design?
Robots?
No, wait, they're asking for a design, not for the...
Well, look at...
That's impossible.
Carry 0294. I know what it is.
But I know... Where's the symbol of the thing?
Isn't this supposed to be the logo of that company?
Yeah, it's the...
Gaiax, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, no. Look if there's a clear shot of it.
Boom.
There's no clear... Well, you can see it on... This one, I mean, you can see... Can you see it, but... I said don't ask for the knife, not for the pattern. Well, you see it here?
Somebody's choking.
Does this make sense? Here I can see the logo on the piplet. But I don't know if they want that.
Take that! And what design is this supposed to represent?
The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you are aware, Gaiaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center.
Look at how brightly the Gaiaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the Stars and Rockets motif it's not got going.
Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Oh, I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot. Oh. We'll complete the Gaiaxa logo.
So it would, then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Ashworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
Oh! Fuck!
Order! Order in the court!
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes.
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything?
Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument?
I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like a murder weapon. You know, as a kid, you know. And then conceal the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away.
That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt with you in a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalled stabbing someone with her own hands?
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother.
I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. To be honest, I also don't know what Phoenix was trying to do there. You know, that's why I said when we had those two options, wiping the blood off and she used a different murder weapon, then we still would say that she killed her.
Well,
unless you have to check the fingerprints, right? I mean,
it's almost as if.
Now you're finally starting to get it, bitch. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true, and the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix, right? When will you open your eyes and accept the truth?
Falcon! Oh no!
Remember this animation from the 3D games?
I don't want to believe it.
It can be true.
It can't be true. What if?
I mean, if it's in his mind, then he should not. You don't need anyone.
Right! You fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
No. No.
When is what's her name?
Von Karma?
No. When is Amy? Was that her name?
What? Huh?
Mia. When is Mia coming back, you know?
She's
Mia
dead
Fey,
forever.
to give advice whenever Phoenix is in a pinch.
The problem is she's not even...
Try to do it upside down. You can talk now.
Is giving up really the only option?
Actually, they forgot to make a 3D model for her. And now they just use a sprite.
No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go.
No, Mr. Right.
No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet.
Right!
I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix.
Except when you do...
Except when
made
I
up
don't
evidence.
have a brain. If I
Except
don't
when
see
you-
a way, well, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly.
Oh, 9.
And now it's
concede
over.
I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab?
Well, someone else or not?
Actually, I wonder what happens if you choose the wrong one.
I don't know.
Then you get brain farted.
I will have 2 mistakes, and I did more mistakes. Well, it's probably someone else then.
Of course it is. Who would it be then?
Batman.
A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering...
Well, didn't he say... Well, actually say something about he had her own face. But it can't be this. Would this make sense? I don't think. I mean, he had said,
Das legendäre Signal, und zwar dieses hier.
Das legendäre Signal.
What was that from?
I don't know what that was.
The person hit their face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. I know, they hit their fucking heartbeat. They just died.
I don't know.
Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection?
Well, we know on this crime scene, look, there's the thing on the ground. And it was her thing. And here it says, the staff jacket. Nearby. At least someone used the thing.
The person posed as the victim. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim.
Well, a jacket, of course.
The victim's jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab?
Yeah, the real culprit. The real... Will it be this one?
Yeah,
Makes sense.
I mean, that's the only way.
That wouldn't make sense at all if...
Oh, my brain fart! Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Rye, what the fuck was that? You've been staring at...
Now that Mr. Wright has finally...
10 minutes.
Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations.
You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Hatchreff. I hereby...
Objection!
What?
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second.
That was 10 minutes, Mr. Wright!
Because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a shit to digest it. Literally. Actually, I need to take a piss.
Now we'll or...
Again?
Yes.
Did
You pissed 2 times before?
Yeah, because, you know, I'm
Well,
drinking a
okay.
lot of tea.
I mean,
Get your bottle,
it is
man.
time to
Piss in a
swap
bottle.
anyways.
Piss in
No.
the bottle, man.
Actually, I refuse. PM should get overtime because he took so fucking long at this.
Why overtime?
hour.
Is it normally reversed?
Anyway, I'll be back in.
Okay, we'll
Normally
be
it's
taking
reversed,
a
you
real
get less.
mini recess. We'll be back. Rawr!
Are we still on stream, right?
But now,
But now
I
we
know
are.
for what?
Yeah,
You've been on
how-
stream for all this time.
No, I paused the stream a bit.
I didn't. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent.
But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime.
Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What? You're totally insane, Mr. Wright. Totally insane.
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot statement, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Atcheroff, I'm disappointed. And they're just roasting each other. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
Ha! You make that pose all the time because there's, you know, the developers just don't make any other poses, I guess. Regardless of the facts.
Clonko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to sick a bee?
Mr. Tarrant? That's Apollo you're talking to.
Alexander Jr. is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost.
Actually, where's Apollo anyway? Not here.
That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag, all because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Atcheroff said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do?
Look at my finger.
Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them.
No. I'm sorry, Mr. Atcheroff, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What?
I'm an emo now.
So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor, the person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer.
But that's... I'm impossible!
A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask?
Oh my god.
Yes. I remember a...
Oh my god, what is this?
Ah! I'm having a moment.
Athena, what is it?
I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head. Ah!
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No!
The blacks, well, low quality chain sound.
Was there a writing mistake?
I couldn't read that because I was.
Whatever, do go.
Boom! Locked! Unlocked!
All
Now
coming back to me. Everything that happened that day, my mother was murdered.
Can I go to history?
Yeah, show me the history.
I can't because
They are gone. The black Cyclops are finally gone.
Oh, okay, it was breaking. It looks like not. It looks like the
Black
K.
Cyclops, they are breaking.
It looks like the K was missing for some reason, but
They're gone. The black Cyclops are gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture.
with blood.
When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... Oh...
Well, I wish I had a recess to recharge my
It's alright.
energy.
I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor with a workbench, with the katana sticking out of her.
Head. No head.
There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man!
And he raped me!
Quiet, Your Honor. Halt die Fresse! Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and...
I stabbed him.
He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out.
And then he raped me.
Utility knife updated in the court record.
But the Phantom? Ah,
When I
isn't
came
this a
to, my
sport?
mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Oh, this mask hanging here on the wall. It looks fucking creepy.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
Phantom!
There you go. There's that phantom that the prosecutor.
But a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
Let me guess. Rick's, who's coming now?
Hold it!
It's a Oh wait, it's the robot.
Hold it! You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackwell, this is not good.
A new suspect. Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence. What?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Athena, I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge.
I went to robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise.
Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Do we have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? What the hell?
The 7-year-old video? That's the only thing.
No, but it doesn't say a time. What it says here, wait. Time of the crime. Let me check everything. It can be this. Or this.
Well, it's 1 to 3 p.m. There it is. There it is.
Okay, this one.
No. No.
What?
No.
What? No.
No.
What is wrong with Dario, man? Can he talk?
Error, brain not found.
The question is...
Error. Brain not found. Evidence not found. Actually, no, I think it's the video. The video.
But wasn't this after that?
Carry 0294. Error 404.
Let's check everything again. There's nothing to say, so blah.
I mean, maybe the video only shows one part. I mean, can't the video just show everything? We haven't watched the whole video thing.
What?
This video.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m.
They could have at least write the time there.
What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then?
I didn't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check.
What?
Oh, what the fuck? Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m. Stop rewinding, bitch! We should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Right then, let's take a look.
Stop rewinding, bitch!
There, please stop it right there.
It's just black. Wait, who's that?
It sounds like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime.
Well, he's probably the Phantom Man.
Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
The jacket on display? That was Dr. Sykes?
Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly, it proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day.
So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge.
By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking it was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point.
Alive!
In time.
That point in time. Or to disguise the real time of death.
Oh, fucking stupid head. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene?
What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Atro's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab?
The defendant just killed him.
The victim is the doctor, right? And the killer. I don't know. I don't know if he can. Defendant. Okay, it's.
This is very tricky.
Didn't she say she was looking for the jacket? Will it make sense?
No.
I guess.
The victim. Wasn't the victim dead?
Yeah, that's a bit odd, huh?
I guess
How
the
can
killer
victim-
brought it back? I mean, it's the only explanation, really. What? You
No
chose the
one.
wrong one.
Dr. Sykes must have
Didn't you
brought it
say
back
right
to
now
the
this
lab
one?
herself.
No?
I mean,
The
you said
killer,
middle
not the
before.
victim. Not the
not the
victim.
victim.
Why would the victim bring it back? That makes no sense.
Why
Well, if you said-
stupid? Don't be ridiculous, Atrov. Everybody knows that's impossible.
Because no one did read anything. It was just waiting.
What the fuck? The victim brought it.
Dr. Sykes must have brought it back to the lab herself.
I'm afraid
I'm
she
pretty
would
sure-
have.
I'm pretty sure you said victim, not defendant. I'm pretty sure.
No, the defendant.
Exactly, the
The
prosecutor.
killer.
Now you
I think
kinda
that was- I
skip
think th-
everything. Your
Dario
Honor,
conf-
please give me another chance.
The
Dario
killer.
confused me. You confused me, man.
The killer. The
You
killer
confused
brought
me.
it back. Well,
You
who would have?
confused me.
Why would the defendant bring it back? Or the victim?
But it was also the fear, but you confused
the
me with the middle
killer.
now.
It's
You
the
confused me with the
killer.
middle. You confused me so hard.
It's a disguise to make us escape.
Dario should learn better saying, talking. And talk.
But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene.
Because he said something about the middle one.
I didn't say anything. I
Then
said
you
the
say
killer.
it so wrong.
So
Like
the,
I said, you confused me. Like I said.
so the
confused
culprit
me.
simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
50!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
A puzzling question indeed.
Oh my god, there's so many penalties in this case.
Well, yeah,
Did
it's the
culprit have
final
the chance
case.
to bring the jacket back.
What makes sense here?
When the body was found? I said when the body was found. It's the only time.
The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
And the worst thing, you don't even get healed once. Not even once.
Mr. Wright, wie können Sie es wagen, in einen Gerichtssaal zu fortzen? Do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body.
I would never have thought of that! And my brain is melting! Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Atrov?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the Space Pros capsule in the preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in.
Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag?
Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people.
You will?
We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a tether mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edger, does this mean?
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Ha! You will never win,
Why you
Mr. Wright.
deceive me? Prosecutor Edger, are you actually conceding?
What the fuck, man? I'm just finding the truth.
Is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm...
I can't believe it. It's over! I won! Gewonnen!
Gewonnen!
I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Rudd. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong.
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence! The little person who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid the love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go down?
Miss Blackwell. She got black-pilled? Ha ha!
Huh. How unlike you, Aurora. Mita was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted.
That was a little, gay.
Then what did you want from her?
That pussy. Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there's something I've wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead to who Mentis' murderer is.
You do?
Right, Donna, you asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Have-1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew a lot about him, his background appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom.
Of the opera.
At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, exciting! What was the lead?
It was you, Your Honor.
A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor to proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes. A spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Had-1, Dr. Sykes' results and the records were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them, but where could they have been?
Who is to say?
Well, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Oh shit! I work to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute the cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes threw up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor.
I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Subject's emotions rarely fluctuate and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile classified. The emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh?
A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear.
A
He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart. Don't you see? Ugh! This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, please take the stand.
I am already on the stand, dumbass.
Oh, shit. As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. Sorry for rotting in jail these past years.
So is Apollo never coming or what?
The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned.
I wonder what Apollo is doing. Probably nothing. He's now a side character.
And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Objection!
Uh-huh. Oh! You!
What? It was Apollo?
Apollo?
What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7... Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Fuck. Man.
You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet.
Oh. Well, that sucks.
Is it time to swap? When can I swap?
Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us?
Recess? Continue it? Do we continue it? Yeah!
Oh, damn.
Finally we get healed again. The good thing is we got healed now. And now it's time to swap.
I gotta go to the toilet again.
Again? What? The third time he's going.
Not even I need to go to the toilet.
It's the third time already, I think. He's going. Use your bottle, man. Piss in. You can't die if you... Wait.
Cross-examining Apollo. Seriously? So Apollo is the Phantom confirmed.
Well, there's some possibilities. It was Mr. White all along. Or maybe it was really that charge, we don't know. This would be the hard copy.
You.
It's probably the most insane It was actually Pearl. It was really a long trial, and it sucked. Too many mistakes happened. But my sofa is still broken. I can't fix it this fast.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Anirachu,
December
you fucking
12th.
motherfucker.
Still. In the same day.
Oh my god. You fucking motherfucker. Man, Anira, that's the biggest insult I ever got from Anira.
But that's just part of the song, you know?
Is your bladder still happy now?
That's part of the song.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
It's yeah, that's me. It's very oops. It's very
Anirachu,
There isn't much
don't
to
jump scare me
explain.
like
I
that.
just wanted
Holy
to
shit.
fucking disturb you know? Oh. The defendant, Mr. Themis. What's so funny?
Apparently Anira got jump scared or something just because it's Taro's idea to have that as his sound, I guess.
That's my theme song. It's called Hard.
Yeah, very
You know?
hard.
Just hard.
Anirachu, yeah, it was fucking
And I
loud.
think the artist is Hertz Cannery. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What? Are you kidding me?
What?
Now he's betraying us. Betrayal! Betrayal of the highest order! What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Tarrant.
But Apollo, why would you...
Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? That fucking motherfucker. Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. I am a villain.
And this is the trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. Actually, that confirms it. I was gay with him.
Okay.
I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Apollo. Hehe. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. And now you can visit me tomorrow at my room in my apartment. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission to continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
Huh. The prosecutor has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately.
Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Tarrant. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else, which is the Phantom. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts boarding Launch 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Tarrant with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, director Yuri Cosmos switched to launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding Launch 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Tarrant's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record.
What?
Again. So it wasn't fucking destroyed or discarded or crumbled to dust, I guess.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
Okay.
Apollo Justice's accusation. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
That's it.
And the smoke. Rainbow mushrooms.
That's it. He didn't even have any proof.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice,
Justice,
you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to.
But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too?
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this?
It was this anime training arc, lol.
Oh,
Why
we're not
here?
revealed.
That's unfair, man.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure we are gonna see the game over soon. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant.
I mean, it's so long you can hardly do mistakes.
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Tarrant, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation.
But we have the Psylocks, man.
I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells.
So that was all a fucking trick?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Tarrant. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. What is wrong with her? Is that even the real Apollo? Maybe it's a fake.
Well, because he covered his eye. Now he's blinded.
I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? Ugh. But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice! Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? Ugh. I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there's a security camera in boarding launch 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding launch 2. It recorded Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum.
What?
A camera in boarding launch 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day.
I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding launch 2.
That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order! Order in the court! That can't be. But if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating.
Wasn't it you who proved at previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? Huh. In fact, you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is a vintage Phoenix ride.
Vintage. I wanted to say the N-word, but I can't.
Alright.
That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Hold it!
Momentual!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Oh, your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? My game theory.
It's bullshit, Apollo.
Oh,
It's fucking bullshit, and you know that.
oh, my eyes. Ugh. It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route.
Under these circumstances, there can no other
Now we are
suspect
losing.
but the defendant.
But he has evidence. He never showed evidence at all.
Unless you think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? What the fuck? That's totally goofy. Was there an alternative escape route? Of course! Yeah, I have no fucking idea.
No, you need to do that. No way. Yeah, checking evidence is always a good idea. I don't think this will help. We need to click on that anyway, so look at this statement. What does it say again? What we can do? We can press A?
No, we can't really see the 3D models anymore, like in the previous game.
If there's no evidence, we must have.
Of course, or what?
Yeah. If we say no, will it say no way that that's...
Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what.
Right.
You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well.
Right. Who's this?
It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine.
Or I don't know who said that. As long as you can.
Oh, but that was him.
Clear up this doubt inside me! Wait. So is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do! But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. And fuck her pussy!
So that you can fuck me in the pussy? And really trust me?
Huh.
That's the only thing he says.
Huh. It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly about. What?
I believe you're right.
We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in the person of the defendant.
While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. And both sides go all out against each other. That's when we discover the truth. And I'm just sitting here in the middle and enjoying the view.
Precisely. When the battle is over, we understand the true meaning of trust. Motherfucker. That is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid.
That's pretty cringe, Apollo.
It's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo?
But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Dr. Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? I have no fucking idea.
But we know it can't be the Space Museum.
Actually, it was on PM.
What? What
Yes,
PM?
Oh.
PM
What
did
PM? What? What do you want?
The control room, maybe?
Wait, remember, it can't be the Space Museum because there was, this would be the same one as the other one.
I mean, the Space Museum corridor? That's the only way.
Yep, that's the alternate or not.
There's no other way this game.
Are you sure? There's nothing in the control
Where do you see an
room.
escape route here? There's none.
But they want the alternative. It wouldn't make sense to put it in the same.
Exactly. Well, no. He escaped from the elevators, the 3F elevators. And remember, it swapped and then it escaped in the middle. So it has to be the Space Museum corridor. There's no other way.
Okay, let's see if Dario's correct. I have no idea.
Take that!
They really only could have escaped through the corridor to the Space Museum.
Oh shit.
All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, that only exit would have been to boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant.
I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything.
So that leaves us with no other conclusions to draw, but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. Again, you're fucking in jail.
What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they are a clue to the culprit's real escape route? Wow, just because of some leaves. Seriously?
Well, I mean...
I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Huh. Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Oh shit. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2? Boarding lounge 2 is...
But if it was... Wouldn't there be a hole if it was moving or something you can go out?
What?
What?
If it's moving, wouldn't there be a hole where you can go out there where the... Also, why it's
Actually,
moving, I mean. Why it's moving.
When it's moving, the doors should be closed, otherwise it would be fucking dangerous.
So, I guess the outside area? Like...
What about the control room? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know, I don't think so. Maybe you just...
Is there even a door?
Just somewhere...
To launch side.
Yeah, somewhere there. I don't know. Put it there or something. I don't fucking know.
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah, do you mean? Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door. Seriously? Was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center.
You're
Freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item.
What item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? The balls.
Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. Wasn't it the ladder?
A step ladder.
I'm pretty sure it must be this one.
And click.
Take that!
An emergency ladder?
There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched.
Nintendo Switch.
That's when the culprit literally sprang into action. Seriously?
Okay.
This is so unrealistic stuff.
Are you sure?
Well, it's
Just
already
leapt
happened.
onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order! Order on the guard! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes. It puts Swiss cheese to shame. Yeah.
Wow, great.
Right.
Alright, then, name one.
I have here detailed information about the space center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during the movement is a full 20 feet.
How much meter is this again? Does someone know?
20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right?
Why didn't he use meter, man?
In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a previous place, an unstable ladder.
Look.
Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's basic survival instinct.
Except the Phantom.
Except the Phantom.
He doesn't
has no
have
emotions.
fear.
An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping.
Jump, man.
Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk?
Look at my finger.
They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped from boarding a lounge too.
Pull my finger.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding launch too. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened.
That's a good point.
But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap.
You would know how much 20 is. I go into Google there.
And all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other.
Well, 6 feet should be 1 meter 80 approximately. That's also a good point.
6.
They wouldn't have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been an instant death.
Instant game over.
What kind of person would attempt something like that?
Well, the Phantom Man, he has no emotions.
Yeah, stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth.
Hey, it's my job. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
Well,
why do you always have to point out every flaw?
I mean, 6 meters is a lot to jump.
Mr. Edgeworth's right, that does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear like a stuntman. Everyone feels fear on some level.
Except the Phantom. Except the Phantom. It's so obvious now.
Aha! Here's the problem. Too many toasters. I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route.
Oh, you can now?
This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route.
Wait, what? Oh, well.
It doesn't...
Isn't it?
Actually, we haven't even read it yet.
No, you can't read it. There's nothing in it.
I did read it before, I think.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright?
A dildo.
This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't fear? Fear?
Right! You can't be serious.
Oh, it's emo again. Or punk, or
Ultra
metal.
emo.
Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they would be spotted?
Insane.
That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
Was there such a person at the scene?
Yes. The Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up.
Oh dear!
The Phantom again?
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. This Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran.
Order! Order on the card! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue.
There are just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? Well, I wonder. This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings, in the background.
Why could we figure this out now?
Who could this unidentified international spy be?
Dario64.
Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave the advance warning and planted the bombs where he did.
Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. One last thing.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms?
The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean...
Oh my god.
The Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used?
Oh my...
That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
I think I know where this is leading to now.
No, I don't. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the...
Like detective, And you know what a detective is.
You gotta be kidding me. My pupils are gone.
That guy? Damn, I would have never guessed it. Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay?
Batman.
Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than Athena Sykes.
Well, that would have been funny.
Why is this not a, game-destroying thing, where you lose all your health if
Well, it's already punishing for this long. Don't even get healed.
Yeah, but you can just restart again, though.
It must
Bobby
be him
Fulbright.
then. Detective.
He really should, yeah.
Well, it's the only detective. If he says
He
it's a
said he was
detective, then it's the only
Look,
one.
he says there. Evacuation effort after space and after the bombing incident.
I'm kind of disappointed that it's him.
Yeah.
But there's no other person.
Then click on him.
Actually, yes, there is.
You can
Miles
click on him.
Edgeworth. I'm just kidding. It was Bobby.
What up? What's happening?
After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective.
Wait, who said this actually?
Aura thing. And I think now this is Fulbright.
This is Fulbright.
I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite a madhouse, I tell you.
This music.
As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor...
Oh, nice ass, nice ass.
He had a very specific objective in mind.
So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
Yes.
His objective was to secure his own escape route.
Wow. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way.
Is this now a horror movie or what?
Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Mr. Wright!
This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he's without emotion.
Take that!
Oh, shit. What? Are you saying...
You mean the Phantom is...
Detective Bobby Fulbright!
Exactly, we were all taken in by his fake persona. So he really was full of shit all this time.
Damn.
Detective full of shit's real identity is the Phantom.
Order in the court, Mr. Wright! How could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective full of shit was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder.
Verily. It was all a part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Tarrant and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it.
Grrr, I don't believe it. That Adeliep had detected it all that?
Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends our good citizen from evil. The champion of justice who comes running of whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Not anymore.
Then his concern for Simon was also all just one big act?
I swore to reform the persecutor Blackwell and make him a valid member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions to tear the defendant apart.
That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it! Shit! How the hell did I fall for all that? Oh shit! I'm so edgy now.
For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well.
Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright.
Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
We then get healed probably.
Is there a bailiff anyways?
Bailiff!
When do we get
Where's the
healed?
bailiff?
Maybe now we got healed, but probably not.
Oh, there they are. But look, it's not even destroyed.
It's still the same day, like always.
Yeah. Only the courtroom got destroyed, nothing else.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I...
Would be in
Don't
jail.
thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight.
Shut the fuck up!
You got it, boss. Apollo! More like ass, Apollo. I hate you now.
This is awkward. This is really awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor?
Oh, another explosion.
Another courtroom bombing, please. Could you punch me, please?
What? Why should I do that?
Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust. Ouch!
Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did.
Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. And also thrust her pussy.
took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo?
But you slapped me.
Didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Now, can you finally take his bandage off or something? Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court.
It looks like you have some promising young people working under you.
Oh, by question mark.
Edgeworth! Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself, and they're not afraid to keep me in line.
Anyway, I have some very good news. Our Blackwheel has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Bless you.
Thanks. Truce and all the others? Oh, thank goodness.
Miss Blacker said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must.
I wonder what it is.
To
well,
kill.
Taking a shit, Mr. Ride.
Oh shit.
Carry0294.
Miss
Bless you.
Blackwell.
I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura.
She better not be here to complain about something.
Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our own fault.
Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis Killer down.
Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least.
The U.S.
Or U.S.
Do we get now healed?
I'm still in change. Aura.
Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. Even though I wanted, the princess to be guilty or something. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful.
Ha. I never imagined you would go that far. But you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help.
As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the Slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'll probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well.
I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunned in their case.
But Trilo was about to be executed tomorrow. No, because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the stakes. Nah, just yet.
What, Twix?
You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish.
Simon! I'm so glad, Simon! So very glad to hear you say that.
Aura.
Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff! Take me to the detention center.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother.
I wonder if we are now healed or not.
I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom.
I can't believe he killed Clay.
Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena.
Meow.
Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. Also, I'm like you. I'm constantly hemming. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth of your own hand.
Wow.
So now I leave. I'm much obliged. Oh wait, I could have just destroyed this, but the day to part with these has come at last. Even though I already did it before, I guess. Chief Prosecutor, could you? Wow, I'm clean hands! How long have I waited?
My eyes! Imagine he now has those cutesy anime eyes.
Wahoo! Yeah, just like that guy from the last game. Here it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher. The light brighter. And I will release, slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy.
I hope we are now healed and, yeah.
I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is.
I'm so glad.
Anirachu. Man, he looks like a teenager girl who cried out.
After all, we've still got a trial to finish.
Well,
okay
I mean,
to
he
cry,
had
Tina.
7 years of pain, I
I
guess.
promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright,
Let's
please
go.
avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? This could also be taken out of context, you know?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, man.
You can click now.
I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Now take off that fucking eye patch.
Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence, and now we are going to prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
Wahoo!
Peace.
So,
What?
you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right? Right, because I'm fine now.
Wow.
Actually, all this was fake. It was all fake. Yeah! No, but the
Anirachu.
main
His edgy phase is over.
Now this is the Apollo I know, not that edge lord that
Yeah.
was standing here just a
Edgy-
couple minutes
edgy
ago.
phase is over.
Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart. Though it looks like you have things well in hand.
Yep.
I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
Why?
I want to look into a few things. Namely,
Carry 0294. No more edgy Apollo.
the first people on the scene 7 years ago. The facial data registered by the robot. And Detective Fulbright's background.
Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks.
I expect to be repaid with a victory. Right. Now if you excuse me. Ah!
Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am!
Let's do this.
Wahoo!
This is it. The final battle. The final boss.
Dead.
The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. It's Bobby Fulbright! Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. So
What's
I guess
happening?
he's no gumshoe replacement.
Just wonder if he gets healed now or not.
Well,
Would
just
be nice,
imagine in
but-
the original game that
Yeah.
the Gumshoe was like the villain.
Let
all
us now
along.
reconvene.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it. Although, back then, I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. Oh, you've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. You still got that ego of his, though.
Haha. Roasted. Well, I mean,
Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Oh, yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. But bailiff! Please bring in the witness immediately!
Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwood seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess.
Anirachu.
Oh, I wonder how
Man,
he
someone should
reacts
clean
to
this
that.
courtroom and maybe a little renovation. Just a suggestion.
Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am.
Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony?
Yup, cause there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. And justice we trust. Holy
Seriously?
shit.
Objection!
Ugh. You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies.
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make up mistakes, but hey.
He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident.
Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. Witness testimony.
I really wonder how his meltdown will be.
I'm very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. This is a bit of about escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sachs is the culprit. This letters her prints on it. Well, that's it, I guess.
So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit?
That's right! Mr. Lawyer, escape route is totally circumstantial. It doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto the ladder. We don't have proof. You're correct about that. However, you don't have any proof of your claim either. I guess you're right. Fuck. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is. I'm so smart.
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you.
No, please don't throw the book at me.
Ugh, tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright?
But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice, motherfucker.
Silence!
Oh, shit. Oh! Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the cursed questions to prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell?
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all.
Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Now ask away and don't hold back.
Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Well, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
I
Okay.
will finally see if you are healed or not. The worst case, no.
The
embodiment of justice.
Lol.
Yeah, I mean, so
I'm the
it's a
very
bit
embodiment
unfair.
of justice itself.
If don't spam safe.
Maybe they just forgot to put a healing point in there.
I mean, even if you spam,
Justice? Those
Maybe
are just
spams-
empty words.
I mean, you could spam safe states, but
But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Is that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over?
Alright. Let's just move on.
I wouldn't have you making me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments.
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory.
Well, apparently there's a reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with the Miss Sykes fingerprints on it and the victim's blood.
Yes, that's true, but wait. Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial.
If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter.
He's right. But what exactly should I ask about?
just try everything, or not everything is white.
Please tell the court about the precision of the prints on the lighter.
They're around the same spot on either side as they would have been if she were holding it up.
I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony?
The prints were placed just the way they would be if someone were holding it.
Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up.
Yup, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It's just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes.
This line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Should I try asking him something else? So how many prints were found exactly?
3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger. Of a right hand. Which, if we remember correctly, Miss Sykes has a glove?
The perp held a lighter with an earth emblem on it in their left hand.
Oh.
Why is it right hand suddenly?
Well, you have it now.
Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it?
Swapped into my testimony? You got it!
You beat me to it.
Be it investigator or testify, speed is the key.
What is this, Goofy Land?
3 prints were on the lighter. The thumb, index, the middle fingers, and on the right hand. Wait, what?
Why would you make this mistake? I mean,
You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct?
That's right, very clear prints.
But that just doesn't add up?
Huh? What is that? What doesn't add up?
According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, This person held the lighter in their left hand.
Oh?
So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left?
Oh!
Oh, you're right. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water.
Detective full of shit. I hope you have a good explanation for this.
I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with the Miss Blackwood statement? I've got it!
What have you got, Detective?
The mirror! The witness must have seen the reflection of the culprit in the mirror.
Oh, go on.
Miss Blackwell was looking through the window of boarding Luge 1, wasn't she?
I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room.
That's right, and across the room, on the opposite wall,
Oh.
is a large mirror.
I do remember seeing it. Ah, so are you saying?
Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror.
Oh, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they?
Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice!
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. Right? You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, Donna, you'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh?
That's right! Besides, the lighter could have been in the left hand.
And why not?
Miss Blackwood said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That's the emblem on the... is only one side of the lighter.
You're right. There's no emblem on the other side.
Exactly, as black and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. The culprit had held the lighter from their left hand.
An error 2.
They would have
Fire
thrown
emblem
the
turned to earth.
Uh-oh.
Yes, fire emblem is now earth emblem. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had it on the left hand with the emblem out invisible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had it in the right hand, then they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding their lighter in their right hand.
No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction.
It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice?
He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point.
In justice we trust! Now do you see I'm not this phantom you've been talking about, bitch? I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. It is so sad, so very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit. And now I stop crying. Older.
Detective full of shit. I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look at yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Uh-oh.
I knew it. You are lying, detective.
Pardon me?
You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big, and it's not his penis. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out.
Justice Donut, are you Are you to use that cheat of yours again?
Yes, the cheats. It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackquill.
Very well. Whatever, I like it or not, I suppose we should use it, whatever works right now. Go on then.
Wow, you seem so friendly now. We have Prosecutor Blackquill's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes then. Detective full of shit. Could you repeat that last statement one more time?
It's the first we could use in a
What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when you held on the right hand. Uh-oh. What are you doing to me? Ah!
This is a great...
Look at my nipples. Look at my face.
It's blinking, it must be.
What?
Oh, wait, is he smiling?
He's always smiling. Or slightly smiling, I guess.
Maybe his hair or something. Oh wait, what's about his hand?
Maybe, yeah, check the hands.
Yeah, just let me look at this.
Yeah, I know. How long? I mean, you can see the pixels there. It's not high quality. Did you even see the hand? Oh.
Hey, it's moving.
Was on the
It
first
moved
step
before.
Yeah. So he said it when he said the Earth emblem.
Yes.
Dude, well, what's this then?
Gotcha!
Well, that was kinda easy.
Oh!
I expected it to be really hard, like, you know, that reporter sweating.
Yeah.
Man.
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Ugh. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with this slider. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, fool bride. Ugh. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind to have them look a scene, shouldn't you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. Oh no, I'm getting...
I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackquill insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Oh, this could also be
another...
taken out of context. Oh wow, no, finally we can examine it.
This is the only time we can do it, I guess.
No, it's a tennis ball. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Are you kidding me?
LOL, are you kidding me? It's a fucking gun?
It's a gun, or is this
Oh,
a
it transformed into something.
Is this a gun?
Handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is?
There's no question. It seems what you have there is a gun.
A what?
Carry 0294. A gun.
So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the
Carry
stand.
0294.
The bullet
What
that
else
hit
could it
the
be?
oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted! The lighter was a gun?
So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective full of shit, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your penis. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. A cum gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired that gun at the scene.
Arg.
It would appear that the detective is right.
Are you guys trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this now that we are where we are. I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lungs after the incident. The person Miss Blago saw holding the lighter. The person who murdered Mr. Taryn. And the person who bombed the Space Center. Are all the defendant and Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof.
Are you kidding me?
No!
Now do you see, a man on the side on the justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. Bitch. And I think this all about sums up Miss Sykes' part of the whole affair.
Evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Well, I mean, think about it. Couldn't they just prove, where was Athena Sykes at that time? I mean, wasn't she probably in the office of Phoenix, right?
There's no evidence, man.
Wouldn't that be already proof enough that she wasn't there?
No, but this is a video game.
That's kind of strange, but whatever. Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm.
But Phoenix didn't say anything.
Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to, as the prosecutor.
Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice, bitch. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bad diarrhea. I mean head.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself.
What?
You mean you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right, it could all be part of full of shit's bigger shit. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things.
It is indeed. Have a look at this.
What's this? A lighter?
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge.
Ah, yes. It just happened to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it as a gift.
If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence?
How the Let me see how the prints were left on it.
Well, the owner of the prints. Why would her prints be on it?
Oh.
Why would she even have this lighter?
I mean, think of,
It looks like
it would be also kind of weird. I mean, if it's a spy, I mean, I think a spy would have gloves on it. I don't know. That's it.
Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective full of shit. You were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct?
Yes. What about it?
You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official?
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case.
What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence!
What? No! Your Honor, I'll lend my voice to defense request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well then. Bailiff!
And we are done.
Yeah, we'll have to stop.
Are we done?
I guess.
What?
No, we can't stop now. No.
Oh!
Because I gotta go to work.
Is here.
And the results?
It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant.
No!
Yes! 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 I won!
The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Tarrant.
He was the killer. No, just kidding.
Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter?
Oh, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. Oh shit. When you took the deceased fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off his hand. No!
Your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. Put the blame on Miss Sykes.
No! Please!
This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit.
So does this mean Detective Full of Shit really is full of shit? And the Phantom?
Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route.
I have to take a shit! Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I am not the Phantom.
Silence!
It's all over. Now be the man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. It turns out that I was searching for me all along. It's the perfect crime.
That sounds less than wholesome to me.
A person who hides his identity secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright? That's right. I was working to track down that Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him.
I've ever heard.
What? Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw?
Anirachu.
It was
Now
the
he becomes
Phantom,
a textbook
I tell
victim.
you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
Are you kidding me? I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated ladder?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pitting the criminal and Fina Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
And you expect me to buy that?
Fulbright. What was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you.
Wow.
He ordered me to back that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard on his own to tail me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon and rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us who the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries.
Sounds like a total fan fiction though.
So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believe that I was the Phantom, I'm gonna be killed on the spot! Why, I bet even now! Oh! There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about a Phantom after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now.
There, I finally told the truth. Now, I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. But, we gotta... Whoa, now I'm fucking serious. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit, there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
Gah!
Oh, yes, we gotta stop, man.
No, I don't want to stop. No.
Man.
We gotta stop at this face right here.
Gah.
On the
But it's almost done, Dario.
Yeah, it's almost done. It's only like,
Nah, it probably takes another hour, probably.
Last time you said it's
Because
almost
now
over and
I
never
thought
happened.
he was the Phantom, and now he's not the Phantom. Or maybe he is the Phantom.
No, you are the Fanta, man. You are the Fanta.
See you next time.
Yes. See you guys next time. Bye.
Gah.
Aha!